What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's Friday, March 27th, 2026, and we are here at the Kaagbaan, being used as runway 24 for departures. As you can see, 18 left is also open. Diverging departures in progress right now. The wind is moderate. 12 knots, coming from 210 degrees. And looks like they're constructing new mounds of sand over there. Either way, the weekend is around the corner for most of you. Happy Friday. Hope everybody is doing well. Maria, good evening. Wolfgang, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. I saw that Dillard renewed his membership. Dillard, good morning, mate. Thank you so much for renewing your membership. Welcome back to the lounge. We kept your seat warm. And thanks for the vote of confidence, mate. Good to see you again. Buddy, goedemorgen. Steven, goedemorgen. Good morning. Floris, goedemorgen. Sebastian, good morning. Mary Naomi, good morning. Erik, goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. Arjan, goedemorgen. Michael, good morning, mate. Hans, goedemorgen. Wouter, goedemorgen. Chris, good morning. Davy, goedemorgen. Floris is celebrating 26 months of membership. 26 months and counting. 2 years, 2 months. Mate, thank you so much for the long-lasting support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If that's not the case, do hit me up and let me know what needs to be improved. And let me see what I can do to make things better for you and all the other members simultaneously. KLM Flight 741 to Bogota is lined up and should be leaving next. Sebastian, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Pierre, good morning. Mike, good morning. David Wolf, good morning. Fabio, goedemorgen. And Daniel, thank you so much for a super sticker thumbs up already so early on in the chat. Well, we only just began. Let's see if it is thumbs up or thumbs down. Hopefully my computer won't crash. Still not sure what happened there the other day. On my end, the Wii sound was stuck and I couldn't do anything. Looks like my computer was failing. Not sure if that had to do with an update of the OS. But I did do streams before with the new OS and it ran smoothly. I did see that updates were still in automatic. I've switched that to manual. Not sure if that was happening in the background, but my computer hicked up and everything froze. Hopefully just a one-off occurrence. They're depositing new sand. The opening here was only short-lived, unfortunately. Next up, KLM Flight 735 going to Curaçao. And that's a 787-10 that we're going to see. Nick, goedemorgen. Joey, goedemorgen. Ramon, goedemorgen. Hendrik, goedemorgen. Wombat Parade, good morning. Sander, goedemorgen. Spideyville, good morning. Melvin, good morning. Dennis, goedemorgen. Marcos, goedemorgen. Good morning. Jackie, goedemorgen kerel. Davey is celebrating a membership anniversary. 1 month in the pocket, 1 down, many more hopefully to go. Hope the first month was to your liking, Davey. And if that's not the case, if you have any suggestions for improvements, do let me know. I'm always looking to improve things if there is room for improvement. KLM Flight 735 is now moving. Look left, right, and you could see it already. KLM flight 735 to Willemstad. No, yeah, Willemstad Curaçao. 78710. Next is going to be KLM flight 1753 to Hamburg. E2 Embraer 195. Stephen, man, thank you so much for your urn of fresh coffee with a splash of Baelish Irish cream. Thank you so much, Stephen. Much appreciated. With the current temperatures, hot coffee is not excessive. It's not the warmest. What is the meter saying? 6 degrees Celsius. So yeah, it's basically like an outdoor fridge with a bit of wind. Alan, good morning. Alan is celebrating 9 months of membership. Greetings, boy, top mods. Mate, thank you so much for the kind words and for the long-lasting support. Congratulations on 9 months. I hope they have been to your liking, and if that's not the case, let us know what we need to improve, and I'll be on it. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, Alan, and good morning. Axel, goedemorgen. Eddie, goedemorgen. Mr. F, good morning. Lynn, goedemorgen. No, Lit. Miri, goedemorgen. Massmancer, good morning. Kanaalhopper, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Alright, here we go. E2 Embraer to Hamburg. Klaas also back in the chat, and he has turned green and is celebrating 12 months of membership. Why does time fly? Planes should fly. You're absolutely right, Klaas. Unfortunately, time also flies. At least it always flies when you don't want it to fly. It doesn't fly when you want it to fly. Time is typical in that sense. Good to see you again, Klaas. Hope all is well. Congratulations on 12 months, mate. And thank you so much for the ongoing support. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat, even more so when you and the family come over to the Netherlands every now and then. Looking forward to the next time you guys will be visiting, which will undoubtedly be somewhere later in the year. Mark, good morning. Bart, goedemorgen. Bobbers, good morning. And I saw that too, Davey. KLM A380 in assembly. It's hurrying up. I wonder when the first will actually be delivered. Will it be later this year, or will it then be in the beginning of 2027? That's always the question. Now in the meantime, Klaas, what are you doing, mate? Klaas just went ahead. He gifted 10 memberships. That is incredibly generous. And I hope that everybody who just received a membership from him will say thank you. Or dankeschön, or dankjewel, or merci beaucoup. Warm welcome to the Aurora Skylines to the 10 new members who just received a membership from Klaas. And Klaas, thank you so much for 10 new members. That was totally not necessary, but thank you so much for doing it. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you to Klaas if you are one of Klaas's recipients. Yellard is also celebrating 11 months of membership. No accompanying text along with it, but that's okay. Congratulations on the 11 months, Yellard. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. I hope that things in the lounge are to your liking. If that's not the case, then why did you renew earlier today? Now, in all honesty, if anything, if you have any suggestions for improvements, do let me know. If you guys are fed up with the custom emojis and you want a new one, we can do it, but we need to retire an old one. Unfortunately, it's going to be a long while before an additional slot will become available. But if you guys think, well, this or that emoji we're hardly ever using and maybe this is a better suggestion, do let me know. Back to the narrow bodies for the time being. If you hear sounds of traffic, it's because I'm standing right next to a road where a lot of trucks drive by, particularly during weekdays and on Saturdays. Who else are here? Russell and Cheryl. And that's Gary Grebe. Gary Grebe up already. Chris Coot was also here, obviously. He's always here in the morning. Early risers, those Coots. Hadi Daniel, goedemorgen. Jan Russek, goedemorgen. Piet, good morning, mate. Maxime, goedemorgen. Kees, goedemorgen. Liewe, goedemorgen. Nice to see you again, mate. EasyJet to, what was it? Southend, I think it was. Wasn't paying too much attention to it. A320neo. Got stuck behind my jacket, which is why there was a slight pause in following the airplane. Diverging departures, 18 left also in use. Catering to traffic to the east or to the south. And in the case of this airplane, it's ITA. Lovely ITA. Taking the wrong runway back to Italy. And Buzz is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. On the glide slope for 1 year membership. Mate, thank you so much for the support. Hope everything in the lounge is to your liking. 1 year, almost. 2 months more, and you'll turn green. More Embraers. Think that's Chris over there. Yep, that's Chris, all right. Chris Coot, Chris Cardio. That's a more appropriate nickname for him. Chris Cardio, Cardio Chris. Alright, that's KLM flight 605, which will be leaving for San Francisco soon. Looking at the cheaters lanes, they're all they're all clear, so it looks like this will also be the next departure. Big Bird taking off from 18 left already. That's a triple. No, A330. No triple. For a moment it looked like the airplane was having winglets, but it isn't. KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco is lining up right now. Martien, goedemorgen. Shamrock over there, Flight 603 to Dublin, Ireland, A320. And Jay is also back in the chat. Good morning, Jay. Welcome back, hope all is well. So for those of you joining just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's Kaagbaan departure time. And if all is well, the A340 to Suriname should be leaving. In case you missed it, I also posted a nice video of Just Planes in the community section. They recently released of the A340 that we always see over here, the Dows, taking off from Schiphol via the Kaagbaan, as it happens. I was looking to see if maybe there was somebody spotting over here. I couldn't see anybody, but it was nice. If you're a fan of the A340 and you didn't see the message yet and the link, head over to the community section after the stream. It is a very nice video. It's just a departure, not the entire flight, but still worth a look if you're a fan of the A340, particularly the A340 that's flying to and from Suriname to Schiphol. Goedemorgen Brenda, lost since 76, good afternoon. Donny Vargas, goedemorgen. Roger, goedemorgen. Avgeeks, goedemorgen, good morning. We're waiting for KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco. I think it might be moving, is it? You can see it a little bit in advance between the black building and the heap of sand. Yeah, you can see it now. Now you can see it moving. That's KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco. The BKR, Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Romeo. Brand new airplane, less than a year old. Will celebrate its first birthday in August this year. Ambient audio is good. If it is too low, let me know. If it is too loud and it is clipping, let me know, because that's easy to adjust. And no, Gendersec, I'll be driving up and down to Belgium tomorrow. Hope I'll be able to go out on a Sunday, but I'll probably be back home late tomorrow evening, and we're also going to summertime, so the night is also 1 hour shorter. Not sure about the weather on Sunday, but tomorrow is out, that's for sure. Right, Gary is here, Chris is over there, and that's Curtis. And that's Gertrude. No ducks to be seen yet. They're obviously still sleeping in. Familiar behavior. In the meantime, Daniel, thank you so much twice for a nice super sticker. A chill, no, GLHF. Super sticker. Now I'm not I'm not that young anymore. I don't know what the abbreviation stands for. But thank you so much, Daniel, for 2 super stickers. Much appreciated. You didn't have the super sticker, but thank you for doing it anyway. Next airplane is Shamrock, flight 603 to Dublin, Ireland. Rob also back in the chat. Good morning, Rob. Oh, 2 Robs, Rob Drop and Rob Lurb. Morning, Robs. In Office Space there were the Bobs, and AMS Live has the Robs. Now, over there's Nippon, and I think if the departure schedule is correct, that Nippon is expected to leave for Frankfurt later this morning, probably taking 18 left, but still it might take off later this morning. You never know for sure with cargo airplanes, of course, but chances are. Dial, good morning. Matt, goedemorgen. Next up is going to be KLM Flight 1231 to Göteborg, Embraer 190. To rob or not to rob? Indeed, that is the question. After this Embraer 190, we probably are going to see a 777 going to Houston and approaching somewhere over there. There it is already. Triple in the middle, that's the KLM to... Hey, now it's... Oh wait, no. To Houston. I was about to say, now it's gone, but it's no more. It's visible again. In the meantime, the Embraer is already climbing up. Embraer 190. Not only are we going to see the 777 to Houston, also the Dreamliner to LAX. Maria says that the Emirates Flight 146 has become a 777 again. I thought I also saw that on the departures list. Does that mean we're also going to get 147 later in the day? Or is the number of flights to and from Dubai still restricted? BizJet in the meantime taking off from Runway 22. Pretty soon we ought to see KLM Flight 661. That's now lining up. Is that? No, that's not on Cheater's Lane. That airplane that we see over there. Haven't heard any complaints yet about the ambient audio. It's not too loud, not too low. If nobody is making remarks, I guess it is okay. That's good. Mr. Mika, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else who have joined. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're waiting for the A340 that is expected later this morning to leave for Paramaribo. Same airplane as featured in Just Planes, of which I posted a link in the community section. Nice video. German pilots flying to and from Suriname on behalf of Suriname. No EK147 as yet. Okay, thanks for the info, Maria. What time is 146 scheduled to leave? Last time we saw the A380, it was taking off from Kaagbaan, so it had to have been somewhere between 11 and 11:40. Would be nice to see it again. Even though the triples are a dime in a dozen. Still, it's a triple. Gerrit, goedemorgen. Thanks for the feedback, Wolfgang. Jonathan, good morning. Better late than never. Well, you're not that late, are you? You're not hours in already. It's maybe half an hour or so. What time is it? Nice. KLM 777-200 going to Houston in Texas. Not Austin, Houston with an H. Right, now that I've rubbed everybody the wrong way, let's continue. KLM Flight 601 to LAX will be next. 787-10 Dreamliner. KLM Flight 601. Let's see, any other wide bodies in the immediate vicinity? Not that I see right away. So probably back to more narrow bodies after this. Also a narrow body taking off in the background from 18 left. And look here to see the airplanes taking off from the Kaagbaan early on. That's where you see them if they take off from the threshold. And thank you, Maria, for letting us know. Emirates Flight 147, estimated to depart 10:49, 18 left. 18 left, 10:49. Okay, so they're opening up 18. Oh no, wait, they keep it open until 11. Right. Well, they only need 10 minutes of delay, and we get to see it at taking off from the Kaagbaan. So we'll see. KLM Flight 601 to LAX, losing the drag race is the bird controller, but it didn't look like he was actually trying. More deltas will be coming and taking off from the Kaagbaan later in the morning. If you look on flight radar on the platform, you can already see that there are a few that popped up alive already. Those are all normally coming to the Kaagbaan. K4 is the bird controller on duty. Haha, duty. Still two cones on guard. Kenzo asks if they'll ever get rid of the sand dunes, you think? Well, I think in the long run they should. Because what they're doing is expanding Schiphol with more, I think it's going to be more logistics companies, etc., more in this direction. But that's in the long run. It will get better, but don't count on it happening anytime soon. Next up, KLM Flight 1127 to Cork. Back to a couple of narrow bodies for the time being. Good morning, Peter Flight Devil. Good morning to everybody else who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. This is the Kaagbaan. My name is Boy. Clouds are drifting in. It's going to stay dry, but not the entire day. We are expecting rain later in the afternoon. Yesterday we had showers all throughout the day. Wintry showers at that. Yesterday afternoon I was sitting and all of a sudden I was hearing noises against the window, hailstones, later it became wet snow. It's almost April, but there you go. KLM flight 1031 to Persenchester's next, an A321neo. And indeed, Grey Heron flying by. That was Harry, who landed next to the runway. There's the A321neo already. KLM flight 1031 to Persenchester. Another one of those A321neos is already spooling up. Rolling already, it seems like. Or is it? Yeah, KLM flight 1199 to Oslo. KLM A321neo Exodus in progress. There it is already. And what's that big bird in the background? That's a Dreamliner to Atlanta. Should also be taking off from the Kaagbaan pretty soon. Gear up. Thanks for the feedback, Jonathan, who says perfect sound and visuals. Got it cranked up this morning. Think of the neighbors. Yeah, double-digit wind speed. So I did bring. Oh, cannot zoom. Cannot go lower with the camera and show. Oh yeah, only a little bit visible. Got the blimp right here. Downside of the blimp is it is stationary, so you have to position it the way you think it will capture the sound most optimally. A bit more upward pointing, a bit more to the side. Hadi Dodo, goedemorgen kerel. Long time no see, hope you've been well. MDD, good morning, goedemorgen. Next up, is that the 100 years? It is. Next up should be Air Baltic flight 858 to Tallinn. Adrie, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Well, I was just reading Leeds' message, who wrote that in the north the sun is shining. And in the meantime, Air Baltic got away. An A321neo to bloody Helsinki, Finland will be next, and it looks like the Dreamliner to Atlanta is going to be next after that. Peter, goedemorgen. Jörg, goedemorgen. Good morning, good to see ya. Bart, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, guys. KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki in Finland should be next. Our auditory litmus test has also arrived. One of Delta A330s. One of Delta's A330s, I should say. That's usually the litmus test to see if the audio isn't too loud. If it doesn't clip with an A330 taking off, we are good. Well, there's the A321neo already. Those narrow bodies are already climbing very rapidly and quickly. What does it look like over here, big picture wise? Well, looking to the west, this is what things look like. This is what things look like to the north, to the east, and this is looking to the south, where more or less the wind is blowing from. Well, next up we are going to see KLM flight 623 to Atlanta, Georgia, a 787-10 Dreamliner. And Dodo asks if I saw the landing on runway 24, and as it happens, I was walking up here when I saw it land. I thought, huh? That's an odd angle, but then I realized, hey, was it an Embraer? It was looking like it wasn't a cargo wide body, so it probably was an Embraer. I saw it. I was walking up here when it landed. Helicopter flyby from right to left. And there is the Dreamliner KLM flight 623 to Atlanta in Georgia. Ah, it was an Embraer. Janus, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Good to see ya. Next up, we are going to see a KLM 777-200, and it is going to fly to a country of which the capital is Quito. And you, of course, know what that country is called. It's called Ecuador! You're goddamn right. KLM flight 755 will be next. 777-200 The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, November, BQN. That's 19 years old already, and the first flight was in April 2006. Next after that, Delta Airlines flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. Nice. Can you dig it? Absolutely you can. Next up, we're going to see Delta Airlines 133 to Detroit, Michigan. Delta is on the move, you could see it between the heap of sand and the building, the dark building. There it is already, flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. I'm 22 years old already. First flight was in February 2004. Chris Coot is on land. And you can see Russell is thinking, what is going on? Oh, now a triplet of duckies who have awoken very early. Oh, evasive maneuvers. Another practice round of maneuver flying, formation flying. Nice. Another duck left behind. Absolutely lovely. Two long-lasting members celebrating their membership anniversary. Both Marco and John. 27 and 26 months respectively. Gentlemen, thank you both so much for your long-standing support. I hope that it has been to your liking thus far in the lounge. Marco wrote in Dutch that he is quickly tuning in from work. Airways Live is always a good reason to procrastinate at work and in school. A service I happily cater since the end of 2022. Nipple cargo getting pushed back. And also Peter is celebrating, he is celebrating 7 months of membership. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Peter. To you too I say, I hope everything in the lounge is to your liking, and to all of you I say, if anything is amiss in the lounge, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. More membership anniversaries. Liewe is also celebrating 25 months of membership. Time flies when you're having none. Topic that we touched on already earlier in the show. Time always seems to be going fast when you don't want it to, and vice versa. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, everybody. And Liwe, thank you in particular also for everything you've been doing ever since you became a very valued moderator. I hope that that is also still to your liking. And the membership, of course, too, but the modding also. Have a look at this beautiful bird in the meantime. This is top end of optical zoom. Don't want to magnify pixels. This is a Kiwi Dreit, right? Again, thank you so much, Liwe, also for everything you've been doing as a moderator, and I hope you're going to do that for a long time to come and stay on as a member as well. Obviously, that goes for everybody who celebrated their membership anniversary, but it's okay, it's not mandatory, it is optional. Just keep coming back for the banter, is all. Passing by almost in my zenith. Incredibly high already in the sky when those Embraers pass you by. Another Delta should be taking off pretty soon. Delta Airlines Flight 143 to Seattle, Washington. Nippon has been pushed back over there. More membership anniversaries. Mark Landstein is also celebrating and he has turned green. 24 months of membership. I'll join the party, turned blue. Well, congratulations, I'll drink to that, bottoms up. Did that work? Now it does. Mark, thank you so much for the ongoing support. 2 years, no longer green. Hopefully Greenpeace isn't going to mind. Thus far, they've been really cool with all the members turning blue. Haven't received a single complaint yet, so fingers crossed they're going to stay cool. BEA Retro. And what a looker this is, isn't it? More retros, please. Thank you. Howdy Henk, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. A lot to see. And before it, BEA, the BEA Retro from British Airways. Wind is definitely picking up. Unlike the temperature. Pretty cool for the end of March. Also cool is this Delta A330 to Seattle. Or at least that's where it's supposed to be going to, right? Time for another auditory litmus test with a 767 that is next to take off by the looks of it. United Airlines going to Houston in Texas, flight 21. Standing here with fingerless gloves on. Well, that is just not enough. We're waiting for the emergence of United Airlines Flight 21, a Boeing 767 to Houston in Texas. 33 years old already. The first flight of this airplane in July 1992, ladies and gentlemen. Jeez Louise, I was still in elementary school for another 2 years. What were you doing if you were walking the earth already in 1992? I think A330s are louder. Oh! Tick, 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 tick. Walking on water. Chris Coot. We have Gary over here and Curtis Coot over there. On the right we still have Nippon, which should be going to Frankfurt via 18 left, in the process of starting and beginning its taxi. On the Runway BA flight 431 to London Heathrow, an A320. Not the retro yet. Not sure if that was arriving or if that is leaving. Probably just arrived, didn't it? Well, either way, if it isn't leaving now, it is going to leave later in the morning and going back to London most likely. Should be taking runway 24 later. Then again, it will only be a belly shot like this that we'll be able to see of it. BA flight 431 on its way to London. It's looking like Nippon has begun moving, or has it? No, that's moving all right. Next airplane is going to go to Copenhagen, KLM flight 1269. No chance of putting batteries in my heated gloves. KLM 1269 to Copenhagen. Interesting that it's not taking 18 left. Hey Martinero, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, all others who may have joined in the meantime. Nippon Cargo on its way to runway 18 left. Should be leaving for Frankfurt pretty soon. And the A340 is coming this way. That's something we ought to start seeing on the left somewhere in the next few moments. TM87, good morning, tuning in from Budapest. Welcome to the show, mate. Right. Batteries and heated gloves, and now shoot. In the moment, it's in the process of switching. Of course, you get another departure. Sassy. Sassy A320 Neo. There's our douse. Just Planes made a beautiful video about this airplane that you can find a link to in the community section. They recently released it. It is this airplane, this particular one, the douse, on one of their flights to Suriname. Taking off from Schiphol. In the meantime, an A321neo passing by over here. And there's the douse. The douse in the house, but soon no more. Bit dirty. Behind it, Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. On the threshold of 24 right now is KLM Flight 1005. That is going to go to London Heathrow. You might be wondering, again? Yep. Very busy route. I'm also seeing Emirates in the process of getting pushed back. Emirates Sky Cargo. And the tail of Nippon in the background as it is moving to 18 left. Emirates is leaving, making room for more cargo airplanes to park. Bulgaria Air taking off to Sofia from 18 left, and this is the A321neo to London. Alright, next we are going to get the douse, I think. We ought to start seeing it between the building and the heap of sand on the left in a moment. Nippon in the meantime continuing to the wrong runway over there. Emirates Sky Cargo probably will be going via runway 24, question mark. It's time for Suriname flight 993 to Paramaribo, ladies and gentlemen. The A340-600 douse, Delta Alpha Uniform Sierra Zulu. 22 years old already. First flight December 2003. Good morning Piotrek, good morning Vrome. And the douse is rolling. You could see it where I pointed the camera to just now. And it's going to appear from behind the dune in a moment. There it is. Like I said, Just Planes made a nice video of this particular airplane taking off from this runway, from this airfield. Have a look in the community section if you missed it. Well worth a look. Hans, goedemorgen. 777-200 Earth Rio de Janeiro. Taking off from 18 left. The 74 next to line up on 18 left. Thank you, Wolfgang, for the heads up. Now over here we have Delta Airlines at 161 as our next departure. Again, here is where you can see the airplanes a little ahead of when they before they appear over there. It's sort of your sneak preview window. There it is. So we can see that it is rolling, it's coming. And will appear from behind the dune pretty soon. Delta Airlines at 161 A330 Neo going to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Already rotating. Even the A330s already airborne rapidly. Hey there, Mervin. Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. If you joined us only a few moments ago, you may have missed the A340 already. Right now, we're waiting for Nippon Cargo. Nippon Cargo taking off to Frankfurt. Has that begun rolling yet? That's a bit hard to see. Oh yeah. While looking on flight radar, it passed by in the background, rotating. Emirates Sky Cargo in the foreground. Nippon Cargo going to Frankfurt. We have another arrival for the cargo apron. China Southern Cargo. Hey Raif, good morning mate. Good to see ya. Davey has to go. Thank you for joining, Davey. See you again soon. In the meantime, Singapore Airlines also in the vicinity of the threshold. And first arrivals to runway 27 seemingly. That's Ita coming in. ETA having the honor of becoming the first airplane of the arrival rush hour between 11 and 11:40. KLM Dreamliner over there. Hey Pate, what up mate? That's KLM Flight 615 going to Portland, Oregon, hometown of Captain Jerry. Saudi cargo also coming this way, Dodo says, so that's good news. We ought to see that pretty soon then. In the meantime, more departures over here, 737s taking off. The sun might actually start to shine every now and then. There are bits of blue now over here looking around me and looking to the south. Contrail shadows in the clouds. Those are contrail shadows. Airplanes flying higher up, leaving shadows on the lower clouds. We missed the crossing of the runway of the Chinese triple. Waiting for KLM Flight 615 to Portland to line up. Singapore is still at the threshold of 18 left, not yet lining up. Air Baltic to Vilnius on Cheaters Lane, that's taking off first. So even though the arrivals to runway 27 seemingly already started, or at least one airplane already landed here, 18 left is still going to be used for a couple of departures. Unfortunately, one of them being Singapore Airlines, the A380. That's of course one of the airplanes we would love to see here on this runway. Ilko, good morning. Ilko is celebrating 17 months of membership. Time flies. It seems to be a recurring theme in the membership anniversary messages today. Time flies when you're having fun. Keep it up. I will definitely do my best to do so, Ilko. Thank you so much for your kind words and also for your long-lasting support. Almost 1.5 years, and I hope they have been to your liking. If you have any suggestions for improvements, let me know, and I'll look into it to see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. Hope you'll keep coming back for more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Welcome back, Ilko. And thank you so much and congratulations. On the theme of special liveries, we saw BEA earlier. And this is the Austrian flag livery by Air Baltic. Have a look. It's beautiful. Air Baltic certainly loves Austria. Alright, 615 to Portland is moving. I hope 323 to Singapore still isn't. Gear up. And away. Can't believe I'm seeing this happening. The sun beginning to shine, albeit very bleakly. Let's see, this is EasyJet to Bristol. And Singapore is still standing there. I'm wondering if they keep it over there for another 5 or 10 minutes or so, they are going to have to taxi back to runway 24 and take off over here instead. That would be something, wouldn't it? Anyway, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Emirates Sky Cargo to Copenhagen. So that wasn't a mistake I saw in the departures list. I saw that this morning and I figured, huh? But alright, we'll see. It's moving. Emirates Sky Cargo to Copenhagen. 777 freighter, the Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot X-ray. 777 already up in the sky, climbing like a mofo. What? That's something you don't see every day. That has to be empty or near empty. To keep it in the frame that high already, like it is an Embraer. If you're wondering how high up is it already, well, almost so high that you cannot get the airplane and the ground in one shot. Alright, cheater on cheater's lane. Hey, what's that? Oh, that's Saudi, probably, I guess. Right. I don't believe it. But it's happening, you can see it. You can see it happening. The sun is beginning to shine more and more here. Quite remarkable. Good morning, Leon. Good morning, Hank. Good morning, W. Good morning, Bob. Or I should say, good evening to you. Goodbye, Steven. Thanks for joining. Hopefully see you again on Sunday. Alright, so on flight radar it looks like Singapore is still holding short for 18 left. I'm assuming that that is correct. I am wondering. Hey Frank, goedemorgen. Singapore is holding short so long now. I wonder if when it will get clearance to take off, if it has to come to runway 24 instead. I wouldn't be surprised if they they're going to make it come over to runway 24 and take off here instead, because it is now 11 o'clock already. Hey bevroren patat, goedemorgen. Tina, goedemorgen. And thank you, Leon, who says in Dutch you have the best and prettiest Zoom of all flight YouTubers. Thank you so much. I do my best. I'm hearing traffic overhead. I think it has already passed by. Let's see. Whoa. KLM Cargo is getting pushed back, going to Nairobi. And it's also looking like there is that the APU of Qatar? Something's pooping exhaust gases over there, and I wonder, no, it's probably the airplane behind it, or is it just general heat? I think there might be an airplane behind this Qatar that is also looking to leave pretty soon. KLM Cargo to Nairobi. That looks to become a departure for runway 24. Erik, goedemorgen. Chinese A350 to Taipei is coming this way. Pleased to see that. Emirates Flight 146 is also coming this way. We're getting wide-body departures right now, so let's focus on the business at hand. TUI Dreamliner up next to Bonaire. I think that the Saudia is parked a bit further away, Chris, but it may well be an APU or just generic heat. It was a bit hard to see. But Saudia was directed to an apron, a parking stand a bit further away from us. So I don't think it is the Saudia, but it might well be a different airplane, a bit closer by, but behind the Qatar. Right, auxiliary pooping unit, indeed, Frank. Hey Rick, goedemorgen. One of the last days that you can enjoy your blue badge. If I'm not mistaken, you should be turning 3 years within the week. China carbon fiber A350, no less, on its way over. Didn't click on flight radar yet. Yeah, and Singapore is still holding short of 18 left. Curious to see if it is going to take off via 18 left still, or if they're going to make it come back here and take off via runway 24 like the rest. There's the carbon fiber. And here KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru, right next to Ecuador. You are going to get something new, Rick, and you're going to be the first one. So if it's not okay, you should let me know quickly before the rest also gets it. Gradient badge in the making. Hey René, goedemorgen. Alright, now look away if you are Luton intolerant. The next airplane that will... Hey! Interesting to see that there are still departures taking place from 18 left, other than from Singapore. Ryanair also apparently got clearance. Ah, and that's the pooper that we saw before. Air China Cargo A330. Now that's also going to take off from this runway, of course. Singapore A350 is moving. Moving or rolling? Well, for the Luton intolerant, here is the EasyJet to Luton. Right, Singapore took its time, but there it is. Okido. Next up over here, I think, is going to be the A350 carbon fiber to Taipei. Delta also over here to New York. Emirates Flight 146. Polka Puk, goedemorgen. Good morning. Polka Puk is celebrating 17 months of membership, almost 1.5 years of membership. Thank you so much, Polka, for your long-lasting support, and I hope that everything in the lounge still is to your liking and has been to your liking during those 17 months. If you have any suggestions for improvements, let me know and let me see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. It's always a pleasure to have you in our chat. Welcome back. I hope you keep coming back for more months to come, if not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. So, the A350 looks to be moving. Yep, there it is. You can see it in the gap that I showed you before already. Over there. And now the tail is moving this way. Lovely carbon fiber A350. China Airlines carbon fiber A350 on its way to Taipei. 7-year-old airplane. Good morning, Jurgo. Good morning, PB. And good morning to all others who have joined. Pretty soon we are going to see a KLM 747. You can see its tail already over there in the background. Air China A330 as well. It's getting busy with wide bodies. Another 767 Emirates. It's going to be a rush hour of wide bodies here. Loving it, absolutely loving it. Hope you guys are also enjoying the show. If you are, don't forget to leave a like. We need more people in the chat on Fridays and Thursdays, and your likes are really helping to get them in. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 49 to New York, JFK, and there it is already. It's already rotating. It's an A330 Neo. I see that Sarah is also back. Good to see you, Sarah. Welcome back. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the A340 taking off already. Well, pretty soon we are going to get a KLM 747 as well. Runway 27 is open for arrivals. You can see it in the background. More Emirates Sky Cargo. No, wait, this is Emirates, regular Emirates. Flight 146, no longer an A380, but a 777-300. Back to Dubai. Back to Dubai it goes. All right. Time to quickly turn back. It is KLM 747 time, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look. Here you'll get to see it first. KLM operated by Martin Air Cargo. Or KLM Cargo operated by Martin Air, I should say more properly. Going to Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya, a country in Africa. It's the PHCKC, Papa Hotel, Charlie, Kilo, Charlie. And you can see it now, it's moving, it's begun to move. The airplane is 22 years old. First flight was in January 2004. Let's look and listen, guys. Oh, already airborne. What? She's light. It seems like. And on its way it goes. Absolutely lovely. Still going. Initiating the turn. What a machine, eh? The next departure is Swiss, or is it Helvetic Airways, flight 725? Helvetic E2 Embraer 190. Yep, there it is already. Going to Zurich. Not the red cross, but the white cross. Time for an Embraer 190, an A319, and after that, the second 767 of the show, and there's a 777 to Bangalore also coming this way. And as you can see, the sky seems to be opening up a little. Even though we are expecting rain later in the afternoon, right now things are looking to open up a little. So arrivals on runway 27, you can see those in the background, and a Chinese triple also in the process of getting pushed back. So Chinese A330 over there, Chinese triple over here. Narrow body just now taking off, and the next airplane taking off is going to be United Airlines flight 947 to Washington, and that is the second 767 of the show. So somewhere over there is the threshold. This one is holding short right next to it. Again, this is your sneak preview window where if airplanes have begun rolling, you get to see them first. And the next rolling airplane should be United Airlines Flight 947 to Washington. Second 767 of the show. There it is. Brace yourself for more old school sounds. Hey! Suparna triple in the background. Hope you guys saw that as well. Lance, morning mate. Were you in time to see the cargo 747 of KLM just now? It took off moments ago to Nairobi. Hope you were in time to see. Sparta Triple, waiting to cross the runway. KLM flight 879 to Bangalore is lined up right now and should be the next departure. 777-300 in the background, the airplanes landing on runway 27. And here they're taking off from runway 24. That was the PHBVR Bravo Victor Romeo. Chinese A380 up next. Air China cargo going to Chengdu in China, and it seems to be rolling already. Oh, and Gary and Gertrude Grebe are over here just swimming about. Air China cargo, I think it's flight number 3160 to Chengdu in China. That's a passenger to freight converted A330, 18 years old. Good morning to everybody who has joined. Agnes, goedemorgen. Direct Laguna, good morning and welcome. Welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Suparna, getting away from us, bastards. Sneaky bastards. Always crossing runways behind our backs. And yep, you're right, Lance. Just when you thought they were taking them away, they're building new ones. Why can't we ever have anything nice? Air Europa to Madrid, the next widebody being preceded by EasyJet to Krakow. A320neo. It's 11:22. That means we're around halfway through the inbound rush hour with just the Kaagbaan open for outbound traffic. And I'm seeing a couple of wide bodies to the Americas that are moving this way. So that's good news. Sparta on its way to its parking spot. And is the Chinese triple here in the foreground now also moving? Yep, that has also begun moving. Well, blink for a moment and you'll miss another departure. Another wide body overhead already. High up in the sky, EasyJet. Austrian on its way to runway 27, landing. Arrival from Vienna, almost certainly. Air Europa to Madrid, the Dreamliner. It's typical that they fly Dreamliners during weekdays and narrow bodies in the weekends. There you go. Martijn, goedemorgen. Tom, goedemorgen. Rudolf, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show. Martin, welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. KLM 747 already took off this morning. The A340 took off already. We saw Singapore. We saw a Kaagbaan A350. BEA. Retro. Air Baltic with the Austrian flag livery. Quite the eventful Friday morning it has been thus far. Next up, hey, and Paul is also back in the chat. Good morning, Paul. Welcome back. EasyJet should be next. A320neo to Birmingham. After that, an A330 to Miami. And after that, an A330 to Boston. Or no, that's still at the gate, isn't it? I think it is. Delta Airlines. On my flight radar, there's a thick blue line around Delta Airlines flight 257. Is that just me, or do you guys also see that? Makes me wonder what it means. Also looks like Air Dolomiti is approaching 18 left already. Are they continuing with departures from 18 left south of the crossing with runway 27? It seems like it. That's interesting. That would be interesting. Air Dolomiti to Frankfurt is looking like it's lining up on 18 left. Lovely contrail shadow here in the clouds. So that means there are contrails higher up than where the clouds are situated. And they're casting a shadow on the clouds that are lower. Don't see that every day. Nice to see. Blue Dice, good morning. Blue Dice asks if the sound are these sound walls for sound reducing? No, they're not, mate. They're not. I think they're for construction. I think they're for construction purposes. Well, and there you go. We have our answer. Air Dolomiti, having taken off to Frankfurt from via 18 left. Bit surprisingly, since the runway ought to be closed. Yes, they have exceptions to the rule. Bit of cargo being transported. Saw that from the corner of my eye. Looked funny. The next airplane is leaving. That's KLM flight 627, an A330-200, destination Miami in Florida. Here it is already. Alright, that Chinese triple is now lined up, ready to go back to China. Guangzhou, I think, is its destination. China Southern Cargo. That triple with the blue tail, lined up on runway 24. That's the Bravo 226 Charlie. Yep, then a year old, first flight somewhere in, December 2024. Relatively new still. Hadi Marianne, goedemorgen. Welcome back. I did say hi to Peter Jongenel already, didn't I? Good morning. We had K4 earlier. K4 has been replaced with K1. New K1, new Raptor Ranger. Not the VW. That's now K5. Where they pasted a blue 5 sticker on the car. Hey Wilma, goedemorgen. KLM flight 787. It's now the Boeing 787, obviously. It's the running gag of KLM. Airplane types of a certain type. Give them a flight number that belongs to an airplane type. That's not the type that the airplane is. So you get flight 787 for an A330. This A330-300 is the PH aka the Fakka, as in how's your mother Fakka. Long time no see Fakka. 14-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in February 2012. Bob wonders if they also have a car called KFC. Not that I know of. Not that I know of, but if I happen to see it, I will definitely film it for you, mate. Don't you worry. What's this? Is that? Hop on, hop off. Oh, it's cheese. Of course, I thought, what's that? What's that supposed to be? But it's supposed to be cheese. Cheese with holes, like Gouda doesn't have, or hard sometimes, not always. It's interesting to see that Air Arabia has also taken off from 18 left, so it seems that they have reopened the runway a bit early. In the meantime, what are you doing, Sarah? Sarah, the real deal. She gave 10 memberships away just now. 10 recipients of gifted memberships courtesy of Sarah. You really didn't have to do that, Sarah. Thank you so much. That is above and beyond, really sweet. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. I hope that everybody who just received a gifted membership from Sarah will say thank you to her and have fun with those custom emojis, guys. There's 34 and you can use them however you want, so make sure that you do. Thank you so much, Sarah. That is just incredibly sweet and generous. And warm welcome. And warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, to the new members. Like I said before already, and it's worth repeating, I think. Obviously, we've had a stint with a lot of members right after the NATO summit, and that caused us to get 34 custom emojis. We're still very far away from that point, so new emojis are not going to get there anytime soon, at least not because of a new slot becoming available. If you guys as members are sick and tired of certain emojis and you think maybe one or two are worth to get replaced, let us know. Drop a comment in the community section or something, because if more of you think that way, then we can always replace some of the emoji slots that we have. We still have 34 and some may be used less than others, so if you want to switch things up, we can do that, but right now it will be at the expense of existing emojis. But that doesn't say that doesn't mean that we cannot do it. Its way back to Helsinki in Finland. Good morning, Audrey. And good morning to everybody else who may have joined. Jewe Slijm, goedemorgen. Next departure is going to be Delta Airlines Flight 257 to Boston, Massachusetts. An A330neo, November 410 Delta Zulu. It's 4 years old, first flight April 2021, and there it is already. Looking forward to the day that Delta is going to send A350s back to Schiphol. It's been a while. I miss them for one, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you do too. Richard, goedemorgen. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, lads. If you joined us only just now, you probably missed out on 2 quad-engined departures from the Kaagbaan already. A KLM Cargo 747, the PHCKC took off earlier this morning, as did the Dows, the A340-600, Suriname Airways, of which I also posted a link in the community section, Just Planes made a nice video of the DAOs and the pilots taking off from Schiphol Airport, no less, from the Kaagbaan. So if you haven't seen that one yet, might be worthwhile to look into. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you are and you want to help this channel grow, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Next up is an A320neo to Eden.
Bruh.
I think. Or is it? Yeah, no, it is. EasyJet flight 27837. There it is already. Airborne already. Banking a little bit. Interesting. And the hatches close. Gear up. That was again my phone stuck behind my my coat, my jacket, my parka. More control shadows here in the clouds, lovely to see. You don't see them that regularly, but here they are. Contrails produced at a higher altitude than the clouds the shadow is cast on are floating at. Next up, KLM flight 757. Here too, the running gag of KLM, giving it a flight number that is, of course, the same as a certain type of Boeing. Obviously, the airplane type that this flight is being flown by is now the 757. This is a Dreamliner 78710. Flying AMS Live logo. What is up, Alan? Good to see you again, mate. Biggie Al. Alan also back in the chat. Happy weekend, mate. Hope all is well on your end. Please, helicopter on patrol. Blue Airwolf. Kaagbaan Tower, by the way, in the background over there. And away it goes. Delta Airlines flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia is going to be next. Here on runway 24, there it is already. And you can also see something in the background already taking off. Rotating, Big Bird, triple, or is it? Yeah, that's a triple, all right. What's this one? Okay, the flight 877 to Mumbai in India. You're absolutely right, Frank. Don't forget the vodka. Let me take a small glass. Make sure you stay hydrated. Very important. All right, almost 2 hours in. Doesn't look like it's getting more sunny over here, but at least it's something. It's looking a lot grimmer and darker this morning. Let's see, KLM to Gdansk. That's probably continuing to 18 left. Norwegian is coming this way. Relatively calm still at the platform. Teuno, goedemorgen. I'm always early when it comes to vodka, Danny. Absolutely, you're right. Delta is lining up in the background. That's Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia. Oh, BA to London Heathrow, the A319. That's the BEA Retro. We saw it already here before taxiing when it arrived, and now it's going to leave again. Oh, first KLM to Aberdeen. Taking another cheaters, cheating on the cheaters lane. This was taking cheaters lane squared. Double cheater lane. Let's quickly turn back. Don't want to miss the BEA Retro. You could see it between the mounts, already rolling. It's probably rotating early. There it is already. What a cutie. Don't climb too fast. You want to see the side, not the belly. Right. Wasn't dit Leentje, Liewe? Leentje leerde lotje lopen langs de lange lindenlaan. That's it, isn't it? That's the way I always learned to rhyme. Well, rhyme. It's not really a rhyme. Alright, it is time for Delta Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia. new piles of rubble, especially for us, because why would you want good visibility, right? Okay, Google says it's Liesje. There you go. I always thought it was Leentje. Maybe there are different varieties circulating. Liesje. Yeah, that Lindelaan has seen some young women learning to walk over time. Because that's what it basically says. Liesje was teaching Lotje how to walk along the Lindelaan, which is a lane filled with certain type of trees. Alrighty. Next up will be Norwegian. This is the sneak preview window. That's where you need to look to see airplanes already rolling. The version we're going to see of Norwegian is going to be the UNICEF special livery. And another Frank has entered the chat. Frank de Bruin, goedemorgen. Norwegian UNICEF will be next to Stockholm, 737-800. And according to flight radar, it's moving. Oh, so if you take off via Cheaters Lane, the first Cheaters Lane like Norwegian did, then you're not going to see it. It's only if you take off from the threshold that you could see the airplanes through the window of opportunity I indicated earlier. I was stuck with my sleeve behind one of my my tripod brakes. The pan and tilt axis have brakes, and my coat sleeve was stuck behind one of them. What does that mean? It means it needs to get warmer so that I can stream again in t-shirt and shorts. Heated gloves and a parka on almost at the beginning of April. Not my idea of an ideal Friday morning stream, but at least it's dry, it's nice. The weather is clear. And quite a few interesting airplanes that we already saw. It's always the question, are you going to go to the arrivals or to the departures? Saw that there wasn't much underway in terms of quad-engined airplanes. Thought there was only one 747 underway at the time I looked this morning, and it was scheduled to arrive here around 2 o'clock. Makes it a bit easier. Fridays, apparently lately the parking here is reasonable. Today too, arrived here, all the space, could park my car right where I wanted. Bob has to sign off, it's time for his beauty sleep again. You've had so many beauty sleeps, you should post a selfie in the community section so that we can see what the effect of all those beauty sleeps has been. Good morning ALX, at Leslie, good morning. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, we're here at Kaagbaan, where things are quieting down a little bit. That's always happening at some point during the stream. It does look like there is an E2 Embraer 192 Zurich coming this way, or is that going to continue to 18 left? Helvetic, there it is. Question is, will we take off from 24 or 18 left? Probably the former. If you weren't here all along this morning, then you may have missed the CKC taking off. The 747 from KLM Cargo took off to Nairobi. Funnily enough, rotated and climbed really steeply. Rotated early, climbed steeply, as if it were empty. Also, the Suriname A380 left this morning via the Kaagbaan runway 24. If you're a fan of the A340, if you're a fan of the DAOs in particular, have a look in the community section if you missed it. I posted the link there a couple of days ago, or no, I think yesterday even. Lovely video of the crew preparing their departure from Schiphol Airport, the DAOs crew, who, like the airplane's registry is German, are German. I was wrong about Swiss, about Helvetic. It's going to 18 left. Moving away from us. Bastards. Klaas has to go. Thank you so much for stopping by, mate. I'll definitely have fun tomorrow, don't you worry. Hope I'll be back in time for Sunday. We'll probably arrive home again late. And we're also losing an hour on the clock in the night. I'll do my best, weather permitting, to go out on Sunday. Runway inspection was happening earlier. Right now, everything taking off is going to 18 left. A319 to Gatwick, live on the platform. Should be coming this way. Chris on the right, and on the left we have a duck. Ah, two ducks, and they multiply even. Don't see any other aquatic or other types of birds here on land other than the two ducks. Chris is over there, Chris Cardio, and Curtis is guarding the nest that's over there in the corner. Looks like KM Malta is going to be arriving at the runway pretty soon, as is JetBlue. JetBlue to Boston. There's KM Malta already. KM Malta on its way to Malta. Will it take off from 24 or will it continue to 18 left? Now, for a moment there was a JetBlue to Boston on Flight Radar. It's gone again. EasyJet A319 is moving. Going to London Gatwick. Ought to be taking off from this runway over here. 18 left is also catering to traffic. It's all narrow bodies for the time being. The Helvetic to Zurich E2 Embraer 190, the second of the show. Okido. Whoa, okay, and Malta is going to 18 left. What's happening here that all the airplanes are moving to the wrong runway? Well, the A319 to Gatwick is coming this way. Wow, one whole airplane. Icelandair has arrived on the scene. Looks to be one of their MAX 8s. Can you dig it? They're working everywhere, aren't they? Here around Schiphol, it's always as long as I can remember, it's always been a construction site. Now, these are not small vehicles, but they pale in comparison if there is an airplane in the background, even though it is just a comparatively small one like a 737. Alright, Flight Radar once again is showing me a JetBlue to Boston. Where is it? I do see ETA, but that's proper ETA and not the wannabe from JetBlue. Gatwick, is that the brother of John Wick? Could be. Might well be. EasyJet Gatwick. And then KLM getting pushed back behind the ETA. Now, since we're not seeing the ETA on Flight Radar, I'm sure that must have been an arrival. Maria has to go. Thank you so much for stopping by, Maria. Sleep well. And thank you. We'll definitely have some fun tomorrow. And hopefully see you again on Sunday. Hey, Didinho, good morning. Aussie brother of Pickwick. Oh dear, keep him coming. Gatwick, Pickwick, John Wick. More sand. No, we have more than enough already. Come on. Spare us a little. Just won't stop, will it? That's Icelandair. Alright, EasyJet A319 to Gatwick is about to line up on runway 24. Absolutely right, Frank. You also have Brunswick in Canada. It's all one big Wick family. Wicked family. It's the Wicked Wick family. Now, Speaking of Canadians, I do see Air Canada flight 809 pinging on the platform. 809 to Toronto. That should be coming this way. And good morning to QJ as well. What could possibly go wrong today? Hopefully no computer issues. Not sure what happened there the other day, last stream, but on my end the Wii music wouldn't stop even though I pressed the button on the stream deck. I think it was my computer crashing and not so much an internet connection issue or anything. And Wiki the Viking. Wiki the Viking, yep. It's all related. One big family. EasyJet to John Wick. Starting to get pretty windy here. The blimp is of course making sure that you're not hearing the wind rumble that much, but it's definitely getting a bit breezy over here. The METAR says it as well. 17 knots of wind. Michael DCA is also back in the chat. Good morning, Michael, and welcome, mate. For those of you joining us later, you may have missed the departures of the A340-600, the Dows, and the PHCKC KLM 747 cargo. We also saw the BAE retro livery, an absolute stunner, and also the Austrian flag livery of Air Baltic, one of the two that they have. Paul says the chat kept active for an hour after the stream finished last Sunday. Yeah, because I tried to kill the stream on my eCam Live software, and apparently it didn't come through to YouTube itself. So when I arrived back home and was looking, I saw that the stream was still active, and only then did I kill the stream via the backdoor of YouTube Studio. Something really went wrong with my laptop. It functioned normally ever since. No issues whatsoever, so I'm not sure what happened there. I hope it wasn't warm or anything, because the warm season still has to begin. ITA is moving to 18 left, the ITA to Milan. We also have an ITA to Rome. It's also going to the wrong runway. That's KLM to Bergen. Might be a departure for this runway. Air Canada is on the move. KLM flight 791 to Sao Paulo is on the move. Those are all coming this way. Nice size comparison, truck versus triple. Mind you, that truck is standing a lot closer by than the triple is. Hans' favorite, Vueling. And we can see the tail of Air Canada behind the terminal already. Black and red maple leaf. Maple syrup. Nice Karen cabin above the air. Sorry that I didn't pull. Quite a frustrating experience. On my end, the Wii music kept playing regardless of what I did. Everything froze. And that 747, I did try to film it, but it didn't register. Also not on the video. I always simultaneously with streaming shoot a video of the stream so that I can also make compilations afterward, for instance. But yeah, there too it didn't register. ETA in the background. Undoubtedly going to the wrong runway. Forgot to set my focus back to manual after filming the birds. That's okay. We have focus right now. E2 to Bergen. What do you know? Taking off from runway 24 after all. Now, we already saw one ETA in the background just now, and another one just taking off from 18 left. One of those beautiful A220s. Sleek, streamlined airplane, and ditto livery. Widebody in the background, that's KLM flight 791, a 777 to Sao Paulo, and Air Canada is on the runway right now. That is going to be taking off next. You can see it on the right. It's begun moving. Air Canada in the bank rubber livery, flight 809, going to Toronto in Canada, a 7879 Dreamliner. 8 years old, first flight June 2017. Cleaning truck coming this way. Street sweeper. KLM flight 791 is already moving. 777-200 to Sao Paulo. There it is. The PHBQB, Bravo Quebec Bravo, 22 years old already, this specimen. First flight October 2003. And there he is again. It's a Kivit, right? Keep it. And here, Gary Grebe. Where is he? There he is. All right. Etihad to Abu Dhabi is on the move, or has been pushed back. Unfortunately, of course, going to the wrong runway. But we don't see Etihad Airways during our morning streams that often, do we? Is this one delayed, or what's the deal? Vueling to Malaga is taking off via 18 left. Next traffic to the Kaagbaan is approaching, but still a bit further out. Seems to have a sticker on the front. Hard to make out any details from here. But we can establish that the dot is still in place. That's the most important part of the livery. As long as we can see that clearly, we're still good. Interesting that Etihad is... and there is the second ITA. ITA to Rome means that the first one was to Milan. Yeah, lovely still. Though it looks prettier on an A220 than on a 320. Or, I'm saying it, but maybe somebody disagrees with me. Is there anybody who thinks that the ITA livery looks better on an A320 than on an A220? No, let's reframe the question more generally. What's prettier? Is there anybody who thinks that the A320 is prettier than the A220? JetBlue keeps pinging, and I don't see anything. I wonder if it is. It's probably just. It's probably just standing there at the gate doing nothing. Probably won't be for another few hours before it's going to leave. In the meantime, Pegasus is lining up on the threshold of 18 left, going to Warsaw. I see SAW, but of course that's Istanbul and not Warsaw. In the meantime, over here we have number 175 to Inverness in Scotland. That's about to line up on runway 24. And there's the Pegasus Air Oink Oink. Up and away. It is A321neo on its way to Istanbul, Turkey. A flight that will probably last around 3 hours. Qatar Cargo is still standing there. It does look like either, yeah, no, it's the poop is emanating from somewhere else. That's not coming from the APU, because the APU exhaust is at the very end. So there must be an airplane behind it who is already pooping. Another cargo widebody leaving soon. Shoot, still forgot to put the focus back to manual. Let me take care of that right away. There we go. Manual focus. No more focus dance. No more blurriness. Unintentional blurriness. For a few brief weeks it was glorious and we had more sight on the cargo apron from here. Now once again another dune has been erected and they're still working on making it even bigger seemingly. No cones yet, but those will soon appear. Cones have a tendency to spread whenever they've been sighted. Hey there, Jaronbi. Good morning. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you. And warm welcome to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. It's rather calm here at Schiphol Airport today. The rush hour of wide bodies this morning was spectacular though. Kaagbaan A380, KLM 747 freighter, and of course Suriname A340. A couple of specials as well, among which the retro BEA. Of course those will feature in the compilation of the stream later today. Dodo says we spend a few hours every day to herd the cones, but they keep wandering off and spreading. Yep. They are like a disease in that sense, and there's no vaccine yet to contain them, unless you set fire to them or put a big tall fence around them. KLM flight 1777 to Berlin is also wandering off to the wrong runway. It's incredible. Mart, goedemorgen. Etihad is about to line up on the threshold of 18 left. That's the good news. We will get to see Etihad, even though it is from a distance. Turkish to Istanbul. But that too is going to go to the wrong runway. What's this? KLM 78710 to Hyderabad. 18 left. Of course it is. I think we're almost better off truck spotting than plane spotting for the time being. Have a look. Nice silvery truck. Does that contain milk or oil or something? It does. It is a fluid deliverer. Here, 2 trucks. That's a container, shipping container, probably coming from Rotterdam port. So many trucks and buses. If you look around and pay attention to them, they're almost everywhere. KLM 737 having taken off from runway 24. What? Incredible. People saying goodbye to Wolfgang. Wolfgang apparently has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate, and hopefully see you again pretty soon. Etihad in the meantime just now taking off from 18 left. Hey, what's this? It is a 787-10. But that is probably an arrival. Don't see the flight radar with outbound traffic enabled. Gary Grebe just now passing by, diving under already, making noise as if he was drawing attention to him. Ah, the dentist is calling, yeah. That reminds me I also have to make an appointment for my regular checkup. Alright, I'm seeing all sorts of traffic on flight radar, but most of it will probably go to the wrong runway. Only the Embraer 175 to Leeds looks to be leaving via this runway. Airplanes to Munich, Poznan, Geneva, most likely taking 18 left. KLM A321 Neo to Berlin in the background. And the 787-10 to Hyderabad, looking to become the next airplane taking off from 18 left. NetJet's BizJet to London City has popped up on the private, on the BizJet apron. And there it is, the Embraer 175 to Leeds. The leaders are leaving. Where the sun was looking to shine a bit brighter earlier in the morning, right now things are once again a bit cloudy, more grey. There's the Dreamliner to Hyderabad. That's the KLM 100 years. A livery that is 6 years outdated in the meantime. Tarom to Bucharest has begun moving, but where is it going to? Right. Starting to get a little boring over here. Now I am getting a little bored myself as well. Everything we see is going to 18 left, it seems like. Even though Kaagbaan is open, there's no traffic to the west. Now on flight radar. Hey Ian, good morning. Cliff, good morning. Come on guys, send some traffic over to us. Come on. We want to be entertained with airplanes, damn it. Why are you sending all of the airplanes to the wrong runway? Caleb at 565 to Nairobi, of course, 18 left. Oh, Jesus. Hey, Transavia to Barcelona. That might still come this way. One whole airplane. Two-story tower. Over there, people are working as well. You can see them. Not sure if there's a division of labor. One floor does one thing, the other does another. This is the biggest floor, of course. That looks to be about the same size as the Polderbrand Tower. And of course the golf ball replaced by a smooth ball, just like on the tower of the Polderbrand, which you may find over here. Buses and trucks. We should definitely do more truck spotting, because at least those you can see quite a lot over here. Trucks are everywhere. Not a minute goes by without at least a few trucks on a weekday or on Saturdays. Alright, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, an Embraer 190 to Copenhagen is lining up on the runway and is looking to take off from runway 22. What? Cliff wonders if the tulip traffic has started yet. Well, if you come to my neck of the woods, you can definitely notice buses and touring cars and cyclists, tourists on the cycling paths, cycling through the tulip fields, or at least the flower fields. The tulips aren't blooming yet, but the Keukenhof is open. It opened last week and it's already noticeably more busy, though not as busy as it will be come Easter. And there's the Embraer 190 already airborne, KLM flight 1271 to Copenhagen. What? Airplane is taking off from the Kaagbaan? Amazing! Well, what else is happening? Most of the interesting traffic still to 18 left. Turkish and the KLM 787 to Nairobi are in the vicinity of the runway threshold. Scholar J and JL Bima, good afternoon. You're watching AMS Live. We're here at Schiphol Airport. Not much is going on here. KLM 10332 person Chester is about to line up on runway 24. I think everything else on the platform except for the EasyJet to Liverpool is going to 18 left. All is well on my end, Scholar J. Just a little bit bored right now by the lack of traffic. Things have calmed down incredibly. Turkish is moving. Turkish Dreamliner. Where is it going to rotate and become visible? Hey, Chinese triple on pushback. Those usually take off from the Kaagbaan, so that will be a departure from the Kaagbaan. Hey Klaartje, goedemiddag. Hopefully not too cold. Well, I'm still standing with my heated gloves on. It's not too warm. It's also a bit windy. But we know how to dress for the occasion. That's the silver lining. Chinese cargo. Triple in pushback, and that is going to take off from runway 22 pretty soon. Runway 24. 22, of course, a bit further away. That's for the small airplanes. We're waiting for KLM flight 1033 to Person Chester. The EasyJet to Liverpool is also here. And KLM to Nairobi is next for 18 left. That's KLM flight 565 to Nairobi in Kenya, which is in Africa. KLM 737. What? Remarkable. Alrighty. EasyJet flight 23442 to Liverpool will be next, an A319. And the Dash 8 Coast Guard is standing on the threshold of runway 22. That should be leaving pretty soon then. Question is, in what order are the airplanes going to take off? Will the A319 go first? I think so. Has it now gone? Now I'm no longer seeing the -8, but there is crossing traffic taking off from 18 left, so it cannot have taken off yet. Tarom was taking off first. Oh, don't you worry, Frank. I will definitely fill my car in Belgium to the brim. Don't have that much in the tank left, so I'll make sure to have enough to make it till Belgium. There I'll fill it up, and right before crossing the border on my way back, fill it up again. Milo, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, mate. I'm looking to see if there's anything happening, and it was the -8 that took off first. Coast Guard -8 100 taking off from runway 22. A319 EasyJet to Liverpool will had to wait. Alright, that was the Coast Guard -8 100. Leroy, good afternoon. Guy, good afternoon. Elisa, good afternoon. Zigosaur, good afternoon. Thanks for the salad again, Zigosaur. It tasted really good. Was a reasonably low-calorie dressing as well. Balsamico dressing that only had 70 calories in it. The salad itself was also pretty okay. For something coming from a McDonald's, absolutely amazing. Must have been the lowest calorie food I ever had from something like a McDonald's. Bit of lettuce, bit of tomato, bit of cucumber, a few kernels of corn as well. Bit of carrot. Rob Drop says you also have to fill your car with Belgian chocolates. Yeah, chocolate, beer and fuel. That's what we need tomorrow. Alright, it's getting busy again on the platform. We have Delta to Tampa on the move coming this way, an A330. Of course, we have the Chinese triple right there. That should also be going to runway 24. The A350 to Hong Kong is pinging. And I wonder if that's going to 18 left still, or if it is going to take off from runway 24. I fear I already know the answer, but you never know. Diverging departures. And this is Iberia on its way to Madrid. Lucky me indeed with the corn kernels. Now I have to say I was positively surprised that it was such a full tray of lettuce and whatnot. It's definitely a viable option if you are on a diet and you have company with you that wants to go to McDonald's. The salad is definitely diet proof. Thank you, Paul, for letting us know the sad news that I feared you or someone else was already going to mention. Cathay going to 18 left. We will be able to see it from the side at least. That's the silver lining. Han, good afternoon, mate. Good to see you again, mate. Right. So 15 minutes left of diverging departures or thereabouts. It's getting busy again with departures. If you look on the platform, E2 Embraer 195 to Billund is next, taking off from runway 24. The Cathay A380 1000, one of the last airplanes to 18 left probably. Still, we shall be able to see it quite well from here. In a way, you could argue that the departures from 18 left are visible better than the ones from 24. Since you see them from the side and not the belly. And what's this? My, is that Delta? It is, it certainly is. That's Delta Airlines flight 237 to Tampa, Florida. You have missed the A340 Zygosaur and also the PHCKC, the KLM 747 that took off here from the Kaagbaan this morning. Also the Kaagbaan Chinese A350 that also took off from this runway. They'll all feature on the highlights reel that will follow later after the stream. So Delta in the background will be leaving soon. More Embraers over here. And the Chinese triple is also approaching the threshold of runway 24. Question then becomes, in what order will they leave? Next to leave from runway 24 is KLM flight 1045 to Birmingham. There's the Chinese triple right next to the threshold. Right, place your bets, Delta or the Chinese triple, which one will be next after the 737? Delta does seem to be moving in. I think it's going to be Delta. Once again, it is looking like here and there the clouds are opening up somewhat. Bits of blue once again appearing. And the sun also seemingly not shining through as dense of a layer of clouds anymore as earlier in the show. Does that mean we're going to get an abundance of sunshine today? No. In fact, rain is expected for later in the afternoon. The Chinese triple is also making its move. And here is the Delta to Tampa in Florida, flight 237, an A330-300. 22 years old already, ladies and gentlemen. First flight March 2004. Next up, the Chinese triple, China Cargo Airlines going to Shanghai in China. Flight 210, a 777 freighter, brand new according to Flight Radar. That means it's less than a year old. The first birthday of this airplane will be in August this year. The Bravo 227 Mike. What's that in the background? That's the A350-1000 Cathay, isn't it? Interesting stuff always happens at once here. Cathay Pacific, flight 270 to Hong Kong, A350-1000. And I can hear the GE90 spooling up. This is your sneak preview window. It's coming. All rise for the triple to China. It's 12:52, and that means that in 8 or so minutes from now the secondary runway is going to close. Looking at the wide bodies now on the platform, those are all destined to go to the east, to the west to begin with. That means that they are going to be taking a runway 24 to begin with. American Airlines to Philadelphia, TUI to Curacao, and Delta to Orlando are all coming this way. 3 narrow bodies are already in the vicinity of the threshold, the first of which is lined up already in A319 to Birmingham, EasyJet, flight 27969. And on the right in the sneak preview window you could see it already started to move. It's coming this way. Will it rotate before leaving the sand dune or round it? Just a little before. One of the last airplanes taking off from 18 left, just left. Pretty soon it's going to be Kaagbaan only again. And the first wide bodies are already alive and looking to be coming this way pretty soon. Doing some battery management for the heated gloves. Still wearing them. It is a bit chilly. A few narrow bodies. In the meantime, taking off. Air France on the move. That's interesting. Was that an arrival or is that still a last departure to 18 left? Don't see it here on Flight Radar with outbound traffic enabled. Delta Airlines Flight 91 to Orlando, Florida is going to be leaving here next. And in the meantime, a very warm welcome to Mr. E. Peterson, who once again is back in the chat, and he came in with a bang. A very generous super chat. Thank you so much, sir. You really didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across, because I was definitely going to strive. I was already striving to film it. For Delta Airlines Flight 91, Amsterdam to Orlando, Florida, hoping you can catch the takeoff. Don't you worry, I've got you covered, sir. Delta Airlines Flight 91 up next, an A330 to Orlando, Florida, the November 829 November Whiskey. 9 years old, first flight June 2016. Massive big thanks for your generous donation, sir. You really didn't have to do that. And don't you worry, we're going to film Delta regardless. I said it before, it's also one of my favorites. Always loud. Looking forward to seeing them sending A350s back to Amsterdam sometime soon. Here it is. Relatively young A330, 9 years old. First flight was in June 2016. Delta Airlines Flight 91 on its way to Orlando in Florida. Hans Vandenberg, goedemiddag. Absolutely koud. Hans asks in Dutch, cold, eh? It most certainly is pretty chilly. I think it's mostly the wind that makes it chilly today. Wouldn't be too bad if there were no wind. Are we there yet? Han wonders. Celebrating 35 months of membership. Almost, mate, almost. If I saw it correctly, it is taking approximately a few more days before Rick and Jerry and Rudolph. If I am not mistaken, I think Liwe is number 4. And you are not far behind, Han. Just a few more days and you'll get that new badge. Just a few more days. Thank you so much, Han, for your long-lasting support. Han Hendriksen, one of our longest-standing members. Always a pleasure to have you in our chat, mate. And I hope you'll keep coming back for a long time to come. Make sure that you recover well and stay healthy. If anything in the lounge is amiss, Han, let me know. That goes for all members. It sounds like a rehearsed sentence. I repeat it often. I know I sound like a broken record, but I do honestly mean it. If you guys have any improvement suggestions, let me know. Wouter has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Wouter. Hopefully see you on Sunday. I hope I'll be able to go out on Sunday. First of all, I hope that the weather will be good enough. Second of all, I hope I won't oversleep. As Frank is mentioning, the clock goes ahead an hour this weekend in the night from Saturday to Sunday. I'll also be going to Belgium tomorrow and we'll be leaving again for home in the evening. Will mean I'll be arriving home late. It will be a short night. We'll see. German Airways, Bravo 90. And the street sweeper once again passing by. Street sweeper once again passing by. Freek Verhuur. Freek is a male name, a Dutch male name. And verhuur means rental. Interesting. Alright, more wide bodies at the threshold. American Airlines flight 203 to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is lining up. And next after that, KLM flight 871 to Delhi in India, a 777-300ER. In the meantime, Hans Worst is celebrating 5 months of membership. I'm one of the hekkensluiters, the Red Lanterns. No, you're not, Hans. There are many more members who are less long a member than you are. I think you would be midfield somewhere, probably. Bear in mind, the vast majority of the memberships are short-lived, temporary gifted memberships that don't get renewed. It's also for that reason that I mentioned earlier, if you guys as members are growing tired of certain emojis and want them replaced, let me know and we can have a poll and see if you guys are all in agreement with it. Because getting an additional emoji slot is going to take a substantial amount of time and I'm not sure that we're ever going to make it. I think more than 1,200 emoji members are needed. And go around on runway 27. A jet. I'm pretty sure that they're not using runway 27 for departure, so that was a go-around. Liwe still wants his picture as a custom emoji. We can have a vote on it. I'm pretty sure we can get rid of the airplane dance emoji. Put your face on instead. That was the KLM 777 to Delhi in India. Delhi sandwich. Alright, next up in Embraer 190 to Newcastle, KLM flight 957, and after that, probably the Embraer 175 to Stuttgart before KLM flight 611 to Chicago is going to get clearance. The Dreamliner, of course, causing more wake turbulence than the narrow bodies, so it's faster if the narrow bodies go ahead first, then the wide bodies. Daniel says Transavia Retro is coming to Schiphol in 5 minutes from Marrakesh. Is that going to land on Kaagbaan, Polderbaan, or on Runway 27, Buitenveldert? Because from here we can see it just a little bit. Good afternoon, Sean Mac Aviation. Mrs. J, good afternoon. Tuning in from South Africa. Rifle in the background. And that's a Chinese triple. Is that Air? No, that's not Air China Cargo, is it? Or is it? It looks like it. Alright. Nice. Polderbaan. Alright. Transavia Retro not coming in the vicinity here. Unless it is assigned to a gate here on the south side of the terminal building. In which case we might catch a glimpse of it later. Right, the Embraer 175 to Stuttgart is taking Cheaters Lane. Emirates Sky Cargo is getting pushed back. That's nice. Means we're going to get to see it taking off from runway 24 in a minute. Martijn, goedemiddag. Annemieke, goedemiddag. That was Air China Cargo indeed. To Stuttgart it is. Next up is going to be KLM flight 611 to Chicago, and that is a Dreamliner 7879 flight 611, the Papa Hotel Bravo Hotel Foxtrot. 9 years old already. Airplanes landing on runway 27 in the background, and through the cheat hole you could already see the Dreamliner coming this way. You can see the tail, and now the rest rotating already. Boom. Okay, John Singleton also back in the chat. Good afternoon, mate. You missed quite some interesting planes already. Quite a few. A340, Kaagbaan A350, KLM 747, just to name a few. I spy with my little eye more Delta. Delta Airlines, is that Delta Airlines flight 163? No. That's Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. 163 to Minneapolis is already on the runway and is rolling. There it is. Nice combo shot with landing traffic in the background. And Charlie is tuning in from Kenya, which is in Africa. Nice. Welcome to the show, mate. Emirates Sky Cargo over there, KLM in the background, approaching runway 27. Here at Kaagbaan there are two narrow bodies that are going to take off before Delta Airlines flight 75 is going to take to the skies. First up is KLM flight 1545 to Malaga, and after that KLM flight 1079 to Bristol. And I'm wondering if maybe Transavia is also going to go ahead, since that's also a narrow body. That might also still go ahead. Right. The workhorse of the fleet, the 737. The old workhorse. So, runway 27 is in use for arrivals. You can see them in the background over there. And runway 24 is now used for departures. Next to runway 27, runway 18 right is also used for arrivals, the Polderbaan. Emirates Sky Cargo over there in the process of starting its engines. Then coming to the threshold of runway 24 to take off. Embraer 175, and next after this, Delta Airlines flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia. Right, Delta Airlines Flight 75 to Atlanta, Georgia is going to be next, and there it is already. I spy with my little eye the third 767 of today's show, and also a flock of birds right in the field here. Oh, food! Om yum 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 yum. Not the only bird here in the field. What a looker. Nice tail. And there's Air China Cargo. Triple. Waiting to cross the runway. Seven 737 taking off to Barcelona, Transavia. And I'm wondering, when is this going to cross the runway? Heron over there as well, and his mate Harriet. Think that the T trucks are technical people. Next up, KLM flight 1801 to Düsseldorf. There it is already. Blue Belly, German Airways, BA bottom, flying for KLM. It's confusing. Time for the third 767 of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, United Airlines going to Chicago O'Hare. United, here we go. Here's our sneak preview window, and on the far right you can still see the Emirates Sky Cargo triple. Hey, that's something else than the 764. Was there a cheater on cheater's lane? Oh no, it is the 76 after all. Nice combo shot with the truck for some size comparison. United Airlines flight 908 to Chicago, 767, 27 years old. First flight was in August 1998. Next up is going to be Iceland Air, MAX 8737, another MAX 8 from TUI. A few airplanes behind. That triple is still waiting to cross the runway. I wonder when they're going to let it go through. Hey there, Charlie Brown, tuning in from Orlando. Welcome to the show, mate. Air China Cargo, still waiting, but the queue at the threshold of runway 24 is also forming. The go-around just landed safely. Thanks for the feedback there, Dodo. One go-around on runway 27 that we saw passing by. That triple isn't moving. Oh no, it has begun to move. Finally. Me and my fat fingers. Now I just rebooted the computer. Damn it. Alright, let's see. Are there more wide bodies coming this way? There definitely are a few that are live. 2 A330s. Of course. Hey! Saudia to Jeddah, A330 also pinged on the platform just now. Don't see it yet, but it will undoubtedly get pushed back pretty soon. In the meantime, EasyJet A319 to Belfast, Northern Ireland is going to be next. Yeah, no, that's the airplane that just crossed the runway. Nice combo of arrival and takeoff almost immediately behind one another. EasyJet to Belfast, A319. Chinese Air China Cargo triple is now parking right behind Qatar. For a moment, Saudia was also pinging, but now it no longer seems to be visible. Right, have a look on flight radar. A330 to Washington, 787 to New York, A330 to Aruba. Those are all coming this way. And here's a TUI MAX 8, more Maxes. Would you believe it? The sun is almost out. It's actually causing a shady figure to emerge over here who is able to wave to you guys at home. The Emirates Sky Cargo is going to going to take off pretty soon. There it is already. Looking to become the next departure after KLM 1755, or is the EasyJet to Luton also going to be allowed to go first? Probably the case. Wake turbulence and whatnot. The big birds usually have to wait. Have a look at flight radar. A few wide bodies are already coming this way. Well, and another narrow body escaped my attention while looking at flight radar. Another Embraer 190, German Airways, flying on behalf of KLM. Emirates Sky Cargo is next. It's lined up right now. We don't seem to be having any other airplanes on Sheeter's lane, so this is your sneak preview window. Well, we ought to see it a little beforehand. Emirates Sky Cargo flight 992 to Dubai World Center is next. There it is, it's moving. 777 freighter. The Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot Yankee. A year old, turned 1 this month. EasyJet to Luton will be next, by the looks of it. Again, a warning for those of you who are Luton intolerant, you might want to look away. The next departure might invoke cramps if you are susceptible to them. EasyJet flight 22516. That's an A320neo. Next after this, Shamrock flight 605 to Dublin. And after that, KLM flight 767 to Oranjestad, Aruba. And again, the running gag of KLM. Of course, 767 is a Boeing airplane type, but the flight is not flown by a Boeing 767. It is an A330-200. There's the flight to Luton already. Stuck behind my parka. In hindsight, I might have been better off putting my camera a little bit higher up on my tripod. Shamrock is already moving. Shamrock flight 605 to Dublin, Ireland. There it is. Hans has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Hans. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. This is Caleb, flight 767 up next. An A330 to Aruba. The PHAOD. 19 years old, first flight April 2006. Deed Reader says, this has been a great stream. I really like the change of scenery. Mate, the last show, this is the fourth stream in a row, I think, that I am at the Kaagbaan. If anything, I didn't change the scenery today. But thank you so much for the kind words, though. It is a decent location. The only thing is that you need more traffic. The departures are always a bit tricky in that respect. You can already see the number of viewers. It's decimated compared to what we started the first hour with. That's because of the calm periods that we've had. That's always the downside of departures. That's why I like arrivals more. Then again, this location is pretty nice. Proximity to the apron, showing ground action every now and then. Definitely trumps the rural vibe of the Polderbaan. Although the Polderbaan is nice for arrivals, crosswind arrivals, most importantly. Proximity to the apron means more action. Whoa, let's see what else is on flight radar. Only 2 airplanes, 2 wide bodies at that. That's lucky, but things are calming down. I'm thinking unless more interesting airplanes are going to follow up on the 2 airplanes we can already see, the 2 787 710s. Might be a good moment to wrap up after that. Well, in that case, Deed Reader, you came back at the right moment. Hope you were in time to see the A340 that took off from the Kaagbaan here this morning, as well as the KLM Cargo 747. Indigo to Mumbai also now. Indigo Dreamliner also now in the process of getting pushed back by the looks of it. Ah, perfect Deed Reader. You did see them both. Of course, the carbon fiber A350 that also took off, albeit via the wrong runway, not much sooner or later. I'm not sure if it took off earlier or later. I did timestamp it. Should make it into the highlight reel. Now, where did that Dreamliner go? Ah yes, the contrail shadows. A phenomenon that you don't get to see very often. Looking around to see if I can still see them, and the answer is no. What I am able to see though, as I said before a couple of times already, rain is expected later, should be arriving from the west, and that is approximately, pointing the camera to the west, you can already see that there are a few clouds at a lower level, and the horizon also looks a bit darker. That's probably the area of rain that was expected to arrive here and give us some rain in the late afternoon, early evening. Also worthwhile to repeat that there will not be a stream by me tomorrow, as I will be having a day. I'll be going to Belgium tomorrow with Lise, have dinner at her parents. So I'll be driving back from Belgium in the evening after dinner. Obviously, the clock is also going to go ahead an hour in the night from Saturday to Sunday, so it's going to be a short night for me. Weather permitting, I am going to try to do a stream on Sunday. I haven't been able to stream nearly as regularly as I would have liked. Still playing with the idea of what if I just quit the day job and be able to stream 7 days a week. Gives you more flexibility with respect to the weather. What would that do? Do that for a year, what would it result in? Probably disappointment. Police helicopter doing a lap around the tower. We've seen that happen before. That's apparently something they do rather regularly. Dishwasher, Frank, dishwasher. Hey, stranger. Better late than never. Good to see you, mate. The sun is breaking out here from behind the clouds. It's not actually shining normally. Won't be long-lived. You can already see the next batch of clouds over there. That's going to drift and replace the clouds that the sun was behind until just now. But yeah, you can see I'm still wearing my hat and I also still have heated gloves on. It has been more chilly than it was looking on camera. Not just today, but also on Sunday. Right, KLM A321neo to Bucharest is lined up. KLM to Toronto is in the vicinity of the threshold, 78710. The Dreamliner to New York is also coming, as is the Indigo Dreamliner. They've all begun to move. They're all coming this way. Time for KLM flight 691 to Toronto in Canada. And hey, Chinese triple getting pushed back. That's also one for the Kaagbaan, for our runway. Twan, goedemiddag. And Blue Daisho, welcome mate. See you next time. The sun is now shining also in the laptop tent. I hope my computer is holding up. Pretty sure it was my computer crashing the other day. When was it? On Sunday. Never witnessed that before. First time. I'm thinking, could it have been the upgrade to the new OS, Mac OS Tahoe? One thing I did notice was that the updates were switched back to automatic updates of the software. I always have that set to manual. I always want to choose myself when I want to update, if I want to update, and if so, when. So I did switch that back. I'm not sure if there was an update of the OS in progress. Whatever it was, I hope it was a one-off occurrence. Sun Express next, MAX 8 737 to Izmir, Turkey, and after that KLM flight 6441 to New York JFK. Sun Express flight 945 is brand new. First flight was in May 2025, so 10 months old still. Sun Express is on the move, and next after that is going to be KLM flight 641 to New York JFK. Airplane landing in the background and an airplane leaving here in the foreground. Nice combo shot. So we have KLM Flight 641 lined up on runway 24 right now. This is the cheat window where you can see it ahead of time before becoming visible on the left. It's moving. It's a 787-10 going to New York. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Delta BKD. Six-year-old airplane, hailing from 2019. A couple of wide bodies up next. Did I say wide bodies? I mean narrow bodies. The triple is on the move, making its way over to the threshold, as is Indigo. Which is right there. Die Thea, goedemiddag. KLM E2 Embraer 195 to Genoa up next. Another E2 Embraer to London Heathrow next after that. And Vueling also. Going to Barcelona, Hans' favorite. Do you see what I see, Frank? It's closed again. Vueling is going to be next. EasyJet probably next after that. Indigo third to take off. Wilma has to go. Thank you so much, Wilma, for joining us, and see you again soon. Here's the E2 Embraer to London. Looks like there's a big bird on final to runway 27. More Qatar. Because one is not enough. dot is still in place. Had to make sure, right? We had to make sure. Peter PTK, good afternoon, mate. Indeed, secret vodka storage access hedge. Got that right. That's where I keep all the stash, nice and cool and dark. Indigo up next. And the Chinese triple not too far away. Big bird for 2-7, now wait for Bird and Ernie. Indeed. Well, big blue birds we've seen quite regularly here. They're not much of a rarity. Indigo up next to Mumbai in India, operated by Norse Flight 22. And China Southern Cargo will not be long thereafter. Lovely to see, eh? Chinese triple to Shanghai next. China Southern Cargo. Didn't we see that arrive here earlier as well, or was that a different airplane? I think we've seen it come and now see it go again. Again, here's your cheat sheet. This is where you can get a sneak preview. Look at it closely. You'll see. China Southern Cargo going to Shanghai in China. That is a Boeing 777 freighter, 6 years old already. First flight February 2020. You can see the airplane moving. Now look for the tail. It's like a shark. And there it is. Angry looking Chinese. Doesn't want to go back to China. I don't want to leave the Netherlands. I don't want to go back to China. Hey there, Rodney. Good to see you, mate. The beautiful bird is still there. All right. Looking on Flight Radar, I can see that the Dreamliner to San Jose is now next after the Embraer 175. I'm going to wrap up after that. No more wide bodies on the platform that I can see. And a good moment to go back home and attend to other things than live streaming. I will make a highlights video, of course, of today's stream, because there were quite a few worthwhile looking back, particularly if you missed it. Donald says hi. What a looker. That green sheen in his neck. Gorgeous. With the sun now shining on him. Absolutely lovely. Ah, and there's the Qatar. Embraer 175 to Brussels is lined up on the threshold. KLM flight 1705. And there it is. It was lined up. Airborne already. It will have landed before I will have gotten to my car. Short flight, over before you know it. Time for the last airplane of today's show, ladies and gentlemen. KLM flight 759 to San Jose, 7879 Dreamliner. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel, November. Eight years old already. First flight January 2018. In the meantime, a massive big thanks to everybody for joining me here today. Those of you who are still left. A massive big thanks to Peter Olding for 21 months of membership. Thank you so much, mate. Great stream, still enjoyable after 21 months. I'm happy to hear that. Hope it's going to stay like that for many more months to come. Thank you so much for the long-lasting support, Pete. And if anything in the lounge can be improved, let me know and let me see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. In the meantime, it's time to wrap up. Thank you so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time here in the now even sunnier weather than earlier. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you enjoyed the show and you want to help this channel grow, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Massive big thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the gifted memberships. Those who gifted memberships, thanks for renewing your membership, whoever renewed their membership. Massive big thanks for the super chats, super stickers, any merch shop purchases that might have taken place in the meantime, and any PayPal donations that might be given in the meantime. Thank you all so much. This channel is nothing without you guys. And I look forward to seeing you again on Sunday, hopefully. Finally, a massive big thanks to the moderators of today who kept helping the keep the stream friendly and accessible to everybody. Time for me to wrap up. Hopefully I'll see you guys on Sunday. Stay safe, stay warm, stay healthy, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now, guys.